and complete silence. Great. Great. Welcome to everybody. Welcome from around the world to Creative Mind 2021.
Welcome, dear friends and colleagues.
Welcome to Stephen Gilligan from Encinitas, California. And Stephen, we've been waiting a long time for this. This is something we've been dreaming about. Oksana, do you have a word to say before we lift off here?
And I really would like to welcome all you guys from all over the planet. This really it's really amazing event. This is first generation of creative mind coaches just starting right now. So welcome, everyone.
Welcome. Yes, this is being recorded, of course, because we're going to make history just as soon as we can get Stephen on here. Stephen, welcome.
Hey, Richard, Oksana. Hi, everybody. For me, it's a good morning. It's amazing. We have Richard, Oksana. How many countries do we have represented? Do you know?
I think we have about 70. I'll check right now.
Wow, that is amazing. And
yeah. Morocco just joined.
Yeah. So good morning for me. Good day to all of you. Great to be with you. I've really been looking forward to the beginning of this event and today, and we've got a lot to cover. This is the sort of the one-day overview of Creative Mind, and I think it was 1860 that Charles Dickens wrote what was to become one of the great classics in English literature, A Tale of Two Cities. And probably most of you are familiar with the opening line, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. And it's a good way to start, I think, our conversation, because I think that that line applies equally to today. By the way, that was writing about right after the French Revolution. And that, of course, was the time of the American Revolution, which was pretty liberating for white Christian males. But it really was a very, very significant time. And I think we are in such a time, maybe even more so today. Nobody would deny that this last year and a half has been cataclysmic. It's been earth-shaking. It's been just shocking in many ways. Who would have predicted 2 years ago what would happen in the next 2 years? So I think, as in Dickens' line, it signals the best of times. Something really deep is waking up. Something really, really deep is waking up. And as is always the case at such times, something is dying. And in that dying process, there's tremendous uncertainty and tremendous violence and tremendous sort of amplification of reactionary forces. I will be suggesting that really what is dying is this, some would say 500 years, some would place it in a longer, maybe 3,000 year period, this epic of an isolated individual ego mind. And I think it inherently has tremendous, tremendous limitations in its fixation on a single point of view and its basic home in the left brain for the language brain. It has created inherently and innately tremendous dissociation, where we don't feel life directly anymore when we're in that left brain. What we represent is a single point of view that it's either me against the world or the world against me, or we against them or them against us. And after 500 years, the inevitable pathologies and destructions of that have all begun to coalesce and amplify in terms of the environmental breakdown, in terms of misogyny, in terms of racism. So we've got a challenge for us, and I think we either meet this challenge or human beings will no longer be on the planet for that much longer. So I think we're all called to address this in the ways that we best can for ourselves, for each other, for our children, for the planet. So creative mind is one of what needs to be hundreds, even thousands of different approaches, different traditions that are looking to develop in the face of this tremendous challenge to transform first the basic nature of how we organize our consciousness, our brain, our mind, our body, our communities, our relationships to nature, so that we can realize, in order to have the benefits of the self-aware mind, we don't have to be so destructive, and we can no longer just take for granted this destructiveness or this inhumanity that we've always, I think, just unconsciously, occasionally consciously have accepted. Okay, so those of you who know me at all know that I always like to begin with a poem. And this poem is by Rilke. And it's one of his later poems. Later, he died at midlife, but this is a beautiful, beautiful poem. And I think it's apropos for our present situation. It's called "Let This Darkness Be a Bell Tower." Let this darkness be a bell tower. And Rilke says, "Quiet friend who has come so far, feel how your breathing makes more space around you. And let this darkness be a bell tower and you, the bell. As you ring, what batters you becomes your strength. So move back and forth into the change. What is it like, such intensity of pain? If the drink is bitter, turn yourself to wine. In this uncontainable night, be the mystery at the crossroads of your senses and the meaning discovered there. And if the world has ceased to hear you, say to the silent earth, I flow. And to the rushing water, speak, I am. I am. So he wrote that about 100 years ago. And again, we've got these sort of rhythms and cycles in the history of consciousness. So I think you would agree that that's really a beautiful poem for what we're facing today. So here's how I want to organize the day. As I say, usually a training day, that I and most of you have gotten used to, is usually 6 or 7 hours a day. We have for the time with me, 5 hours, and an hour and a half of those are in your exercises in your small groups. So I've got to shush my Irish ancestors a little bit and really try to keep the trains running. But here's how I want to organize the day. I want to give an overview of creative mind for the 45 minutes. And you have the PDF slides, or you should have the PDF slides. I will be showing them on the screen share, but you have those for reference during the workshop. The exercises that we will be, I will be demonstrating, some of which you will be practicing. They're on those PDFs, so you can make use of those. And then we will do a half-hour group process where I guide you through the first basic exercise in creative mind, which is really sensing that as you have a connection to yourself and you have a connection to your intention, or I'll be asking you to represent your intention in terms of a question. I'm going to ask you to go through two different worlds. One, a world in which you have little connection to the underlying, what I call the evolutionary base for human consciousness, either little connection or negative connection. And we'll just see how, even if you hold your question with earnestness and with a positive connection to yourself, what is the nature of that exploration when you have underlying disconnection or negative connection? And then I'll invite you to step into a different room where you feel a richness of multiple levels of positive connection. And we'll see how that, exploring that same important question, what sort of a different experience unfolds in that second context. And that's really the underlying base that we're carrying, that all the meaning, all the quality of experience is really a function of the underlying context, most of which we carry unconsciously. Okay? But it's not so much what you have here, but what you have here that is really the difference that makes the difference. Then we'll take a brief break. We'll come back, have a little Q&A, and then I will do a demonstration with somebody in terms of what would it be like to do a more focused exploration of what kind of positive connections do you have in nature, in your ancestors, in your family, in your social community, in your personal history. What is it that if you really attune to and reorganize your consciousness so that you are part of that deeper consciousness, how can you explore your question, this, whatever your important life question is, after you first really develop that rich set of connections and are able to maintain them. So that's one of the second sort of base structures that we'll be using throughout the 25 days of the Creative Mind certification. And then I'll ask you to go to your small groups, you take a little break, you'll have a brief discussion. Each of you will practice that with a partner. Then we'll come back, we'll do a little check-in, and then we will end, well, I will demonstrate a third exercise, which is how to make sure you identify before you ask yourself or before you ask your clients to go on some challenging journey. How do you identify what would stop you? What are the crash places? What are the shadow places that are part of your underlying self? And how do we really take note of those? And then in the great tradition of Milton Erickson and Aikido, that's been really, I think, the integral central part of my work for 40 plus years. How do you transform your relationship to what you feel to be the worst parts of your life so that they actually become your deepest friends and your deepest resources? So those three things, note the difference, take the time to really have the deeper connections so that your individual mind really can can reorganize as a generative mind, really be on the lookout for the multiple areas of shadow. Most of them are transgenerational, most of them are cultural, but you carry them inside of you. And if you're not attuned to those and you don't have a commitment in a way to transform the darkness into some creative light, what you're able to do with yourself and in your communities is going to have some real fundamental limits. Okay, so let us go to the slides. Sorry, where's my glasses? And we're going to go on screen share. We're going to share that. And there we go. Okay, and as I say, these are what you have on your PDF. So this general narrative, the sort of the general story of creative mind that we're being guided by is consciousness is on this amazing journey of awakening into self-realization, and we are part of that amazing journey. So we're really shifting in creative mind from a human-centric point of view, I or even we humans, to the world is being created by consciousness. And you might think, well, that's just a bunch of California fluff, but really the inspirations or the lineages that I'm standing in when I talk about that are a lot of people that are very deeply grounded in science and cosmology and psychology, and I'll be talking about. But we're on this journey. This journey goes through, as every unfolding of consciousness, a number of different death and rebirth cycles. There are these developmental periods, if you will. And sometimes we get really stuck in those. And when we get stuck and we stay locked, we're creating a tremendous destructiveness. And we are in one of those periods now. And just to repeat that, I think it goes without saying, I will be proposing that at the heart of that stuckness at all levels of the world is this addiction to an isolated ego mind. And as in all addictions, the first part of the addiction, if you're an addict, not bad. It's like you have that feeling when you first do the addiction. Wow, I feel this sense of a new awareness, of a new awakening. Addictions promise you a lot. They're liars. They never really deliver. And so you need to use increasing dosages, and the destructive aspects of addiction get bigger and bigger. All the benefits of an addiction are front loaded. They come at the beginning part until you basically hit bottom. You know, those of you are familiar with the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, which my teacher, Gregory Bateson, thought was the greatest epistemological correction to the pathologies of Occidental consciousness. The first 3 steps, we admitted to ourselves and others that drinking or thinking or ego mind made our lives unmanageable. We came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could and would restore us to sanity. We made a decision to turn our lives over to that higher power as we best understood it. So that's in a sense the shift from the loneliness, the destructiveness of isolated ego mind, to the collective consciousness, the interconnectedness of creative mind that I want to explore with you. So here's what we're going to be talking about today, is that we've got these three basic premises. And I hope that what you can walk away from here today is that what is this creative mind stuff? We've got these three premises, that consciousness is creating reality, that everything that we know, subjectively, objectively, is being created by this consciousness that is deeper than the physical world. Right? David Bohm calls that the implicate order. Gene Gebser called it the ever-present origin. A lot of people call it, and you can call it what you want, but please call it. There's a sense that everything we experience is not static, it's not innate, it's something that is part of a habit of creating reality. And the great thing about self-awareness is that we have the capacity to step into that creative pattern and begin to change it from the inside out. Okay? So that's our promise to people when we work with individuals or groups, that yeah, you're stuck in creating some really unpleasant or negative or regrettable sort of reality, despite what your interests are. We can change that. And we change that not by being an outside observer that gets rid of it and tries to build something new, but as a consciousness that goes inside of it and begins to understand its more subtle creative patterns, and then is able to swim in that subtle creative current and be able to shift it. But consciousness is creating reality. Second, which is a big practical base, the reality is being created through these conversations between these different filters, between these different patterns. This is the heart of the theoretical framework of creative mind. And what we will be looking at in that regard is that we think of three different sort of macro systems, or at least the first two are macro systems. So when we're thinking, what are we trying to do in creative mind, these three macro systems are what we're sort of training ourselves in. And I believe that you can train yourself, it doesn't take that long, so that you can have them as a set of heuristics. You can have them as sort of a checklist when you're actually doing practical work with yourself or others. Okay? The first of these conversational realities is what we call the nested evolutionary spheres. And basically it says consciousness evolving, and we've got these 5 different levels in the model. Spirit, I'm not speaking religiously, and like what Bohm would call the implicate order. It's such amazing stuff to me. What Gebser would call the ever-present origin. So everything is being created from this space that is outside before inside of every particle in space-time. It's just such beautiful work. That's our source. Then we move from there into nature, which is a simple word that describes, the universe, could describe the planet, it could describe your backyard. So there are many, 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 many different levels. But there's this second level that is our mother. That's what we belong to. That what consciousness is creating itself through. So if we, in our consciousness frames, are disconnected from that, or having a violent relationship with it, we're in deep shit. Have you ever heard something called the pandemic example? From nature, after nature has a conversation, has these deep conversations for billions of years, it rises to a sense of complexity that it has a baby. And the baby that nature gave rise to is sentient beings, or beings that have awareness in the beginning of self-awareness. So this is where we have collective consciousness, the collective consciousness of our family, of our social group, of our culture, of our ancestors. This has its own consciousness. It has its own mind. It has its own patterning. Right? If we are dissociated from that, then we only experience our unconscious, as Freud talked about, as a seething cauldron of negative violence that we have to be very frightened of and have an adversarial relationship. But this is our next mother, if you will, or our next family that is part of our consciousness. And then you get this incredible miracle of individual self-awareness. Because, why we like to say, oh, collective consciousness, the field is so great, it has equal capacity to oppress and to liberate. So we all know families, we all know cultures, we all know groups to which we belong. The group think develops a lot of pathologies and a lot of shadows. And so I think consciousness thought, how am I going to handle this? And it began to allow every member of the system to have its own mind, to have its own self-representational capacities, to have its own reality. And here's where we start to get into this miracle of individual consciousness. Now, to be sure, particularly in the West, it's gotten so imbalanced that the individual is disconnected from the collective and from nature. And so we see all these sort of crazy things about individual consciousness. But the individual consciousness is a necessary condition for any sort of generative community. We need these communities where every voice, every being, every member has its own unique consciousness, has its own unique voice. And what it's creating is really, really crucial to the growing edge, to the movement of consciousness unfolding like a lotus more into self-realization. But here's again where I think because we're so immature, we're so young at this individual consciousness, that our way of doing individual consciousness is horribly immature. We're in our terrible twos, I believe, in terms of individual consciousness. Me, mine. I can't think outside of my own perspective. I'm throwing fits. I want everything, I want that, mine, so forth. That is where we are, I believe, developmentally in terms of the species level of individual consciousness. The central mechanism that we'll be talking about at a practical level for that is what I've called in the generative trance work, neuromuscular lock, or we could say brain, mind, body, community, frozen representational map. Okay? And the two main techniques are straightforward: inhibit your breathing and squeeze your muscles. Okay? That's really, to me, one of the most important things that I've learned from 45 years plus of working with people, working with myself, that if you look to create reality in a constipated state, good things are not going to happen. So that breathing inhibition and that muscular lock is really where thinking goes very isolated, disconnected, non-embodied, self-centered. And that is the heart of our chronic collective pattern right now. Okay? So we have that, and we'll be seeing that has many, many different sources, from individual experience, from the stress of the present, from the socialization patterns. I mean, I've often asked people, when you were a kid in school, like 10 years old, and the teacher said, "Children, pay attention." What were you expected to do to show the teacher you were paying attention? For me, at a Catholic school, you had to have your hands where they could see them. This was thinking and paying attention. Okay? So we're really taking a look at how this frozenness at the immature level of the individual mind is really, really the heart of so many different things. And it's also the heart of where we begin creative transformation. So there's this individual, I believe we live in the best of times, the worst of times. I think the best of times is we are being called to wake up and to move into this integral consciousness, this generative consciousness. Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese Buddhist monk, has been saying for 30, 40 years, the next Buddha will come not as an individual, but as a community. So that's what we're being called to do. And I think we have to really organize our own patterning individually, our brain, our mind, our body, our relationships, our communities, so that we can do that. So that's the first filter. And again, it leads to a simple checklist that is, what is this person's relationship? What is my relationship? What is this group that I'm working with? To sort of opening, feeling this positive surrender. I can totally surrender, and there's an infinite world of possibilities that I can surrender to. Okay? If you have that really is a good first step. Second, what is your relationship to nature? What is your relationship to the trees, to the ocean? What is your relationship to how you create the food? How do you grow the food that gets into your body? How are you treating the ocean and the sky? What is your daily relationship to nature? If that is disconnected, it's very, very hard to have any organic, sustainable, creative growth. What is your relationship to the collective consciousness? That would be your ancestors, your culture, your family, your friends, the places that you work. Who are the negative others that you hold? Who are those people that you hold? So that becomes a way of sort of being able to move through how deep of a creative mind state is this person or is this community in? And again, the ethical, practical principle is, do not ask yourself or others to engage in any challenging question until you're in a place where you've created conditions for success. So these are what we're talking about, would be conditions for success. Right? That's the first filter. And the second filter is what we call community of mind. And if you wanted a visual image of that, I would suggest this. So we say, who are you? And again, the isolated ego says, well, I am this individual, and I'm Steve, and I'm in this body, and so forth. Well, that's true. And who else is part of your whole self? And so we have this sense of, Where did all that stuff? Wow, I somehow lost a slide here. Sorry. We have this sense of really looking, and this is implicit in the generative change work, where we really work with sort of a triad often of what is your intention, what are your resources, and what are your obstacles. And often what we get into is my resources or my obstacles. They're not just one thing, they're whole communities. So we ask particularly if there's a sort of a chronic place where you're stuck, what was that like for your family? Or what was that like growing up for your parents or for your grandparents? What was their relationship to this particular area? So this second filter is who is sitting at the table of your community of mind that needs to be invited into this conversation for generative sustainable change. Okay? And we will see over the 25 days, what are some ways that you can identify that? What are some of the possible frames? Every one of these filters, when they're held generatively, it has no fixed single content. They're shifting. So who's in my community of mind when I'm reading a book is different from who's in my community of mind when I'm at a city council meeting. Who is in my community of mind when I talk to a family member. So, but we have these deep structures, and we're looking to identify what in that community of mind is there to support you. What really needs to be activated as part of your whole self, and what is in that community of mind that is blocking you. Okay? And so this third filter is what we call the generative performance hold-ons. And this is those of you who are familiar with the generative coaching or the generative change. This is what we take from that place. And we're basically saying when you look at self-aware systems, what is guiding the creative process are not merely homeostatic organismic needs. You say that for most mammals. You know, they eat, they look for food when they're hungry, they rest or sleep when they're tired, kind of that old basic Buddhism thought. But we humans are characterized by believing in things that don't exist. That's what the Israeli historian Harari talked about in his book Sapiens, that we are, our behavior is being driven by these maps, these intentions, or these goals that really don't have nothing to do with what's existing in the present in the physical world. So I want freedom, or I want to be seen by others. And so now these maps that you're using that are purpose-driven, goal-driven maps, is that you have to have some sort of representational systems of how do I create my life to match what my values are, or my purpose is, or my intention is. That's what this generative performance hold-on is for. And we say, you've got these, basically, I got my present state, I'm here. I've got my desired state, that's what I want to create. I've got resources and obstacles, and those are what Jung would call a quaterno. I've got these ideas about how do I make that happen? What does that look like? What does strength look like? What does connection look like? What does success look like? What does security look like? So I've got these what my Stanford mentor Carl Pribram would call these images of achievement. What are these brain, mind, body maps that I say, this is an image I have about how to achieve the life I want to create. So this is the third representation. Okay? So these are the sort of the cores. You've got your connection to all these different levels of consciousness that you are a part of, and they are a part of you. Whatever you think up here, that is part of your creative wholeness. Secondly, your basic social cognitive self is a community, and every part of that community needs to have a place at the table and to be welcomed and to be positively valued in order for some sort of sustainable generativity to occur. And then you have these images of achievement, these purpose-driven representational systems. And we see when we do the generative change work that when you're stuck, it's because at least one of the members of that purpose-driven map, my present state, my desired state, my resource, my obstacle, my ideas of how to be able to make that happen, at least one of them are in a negative or locked or fixed or dissociated state. And that's why, despite your strong motivation and your strong intention, that's why it's not happening, right? So that's the sort of the heart and soul of what sort of frameworks that we're working with. And then the third premise, just to complete for now, is we've got these two underlying states that in the generative change work we talk about as coach versus crash. Okay? And coach means basically, we're be saying in the creative mind, positive interconnectedness. So the chi is flowing. There's this feeling of a common current of living consciousness that's connecting everything at the deepest part of yourself. Okay? Your performance state is aligned with the unbroken wholeness, the unwounded and unwoundable wholeness of your true nature. Okay? And when that happens, voila, great stuff happens. Okay? So you can either be in that coach state, or you can be in this what we call the crash state. Okay, and the crash state, we say, is a version. I said neuromuscular lock is the single principle that is underlying stuckness, impasses, sustained suffering. We talk about that as a crash, constricted, reactive, analysis paralysis, feeling separate, feeling hurt or hurtful. And this has four versions. And psychologically speaking, you're either stuck in fear, aggression, or anger, or violence, fight. You're either stuck in disconnection, anxiety, fear. You're either stuck in being frozen, in just being out someplace else in some sort of ghost world, we call it thinking. Or you're in a fold state, which is you're depressed, or you're numbed out on drugs or alcohol or TV or social media or whatever. And these are the means by which the interconnectedness of life, which is where all of your creative power comes from, is blocked and locked. Okay? So this is the model in 45 minutes. Okay? So we will be exploring that for another 25 days. Okay. So I want to do a thought experiment. This is our first exercise. And this will be about 20-minute exercise. You can do this standing if you'd like. You can do it sitting. You just need a place where you can feel yourself moving in flow through a number of different states. Okay? And I'm going to. Okay. So this is a process that if you're working with somebody, that I find can be really helpful, because you're really hoping one of the sort of pedagogical points, the sort of the teaching points, when you're coaching somebody, an individual or a team, is that your level of interconnectedness or connection is the difference that makes a difference. Okay? So here's a little thought experiment, or a little way to begin to explore that. All right. Find your first step is always, okay, I've been thinking, I've been talking, yada, 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 yada. Let's take a few moments to settle in and settle down. Let's take a few moments to ground. Anything you can do, take a deep breath, because you want to have this accessible anywhere, anytime. It's good to find something really simple for you. Come back home. Center. Take a breath. Maybe there's some simple statement that you make as a mantra, as a meditation, as a positive self-connection. Time to come back home to me. You'll notice how much you've been sort of just whipped up into a frenzy of performing for others, trying to take care of this and that. It's a good thing at least 12 times a day. Come back home. Let go of performing. We find it very helpful to do a connection on the vertical axis as a way to take yourself back from performing for others, trying to please others, trying to control others. Come back to my body, to my heart. I give myself a gentle hug. I let myself drop into the lower half of my body, warm, relaxed lower half. Heat in the lower half, relaxed. That feeling of chi drop into the earth, roots of nature, roots of your elders and your ancestors. Drop down. And from there, you can be able to draw that energy, so that stardust energy. Draw it up through your body as if your body were a beautiful tree, like a redwood. Roots, beautiful trunk. Bringing that consciousness, that life force up through your body, letting the arms open like branches of a tree. Your eyeballs roll back, your throat open, your shoulders draw back, your heart like a beautiful ball of energy opening to the star, to the sky, to the moon, to heaven. This feel has been said many times that humans are on the bridge between heaven and earth, heaven and earth, and something growing between them. That's us. So now I'm going to ask you to sense some intention or goal or question that really represents where your edge is right now. One of your edges, that is, here's where I am. I'm really trying to grow, really trying to create this. I'm really trying to make this real in my life. What is that? What would be a good one for you? I really want to deepen my relationship with my daughter. I really want to feel a deeper connection to Mother Earth, to Gaia. Or I really want to get this next book out, professional goal. So what would be an intention or goal? Again, we call it working on your edge. This is where I am. This is where I want to, how I want to grow. This is where I want to open. And for this intention, just invite you to represent it as a question. How can I? And then what's that? What would that be as a question? And I'd really strongly invite you to use only 5 words or less. How can I? And then 5 words. So you really just cut to the heart of it. No sort of secondary stuff. How can I love my daughter more? How can I get the work out? How can I love my body? How can I heal this intimacy wound? So those would be examples of questions. What's a good one for you? And then again, come back to whatever positive connection you have to your own individual state. In the generative change work, these are the first 2 steps. Positive self-connection, positive intention or goal. Now what we're beginning to add in the creative mind is a much deeper connection to self as all these evolutionary levels, or self as community of mind. So to explore that, I'm going to ask you now, as you feel that connection to yourself, and as you feel that connection to holding your question, hold it in your breath, in your cells, in your organs, in your color imagery, in your physical movement. What I ask you to do is imagine in front of you that there's 2 doors. And the sign over the left door says place of no connection. And the sign over the right door is place of deep positive connection. So when you hold a question, you might imagine you're at a fork in the road. You can take one of 2 paths. The door on the left, the door on the right. So let's just get a taste of what that might be like and the differences. Let yourself tune to the door on the left, the place of no connection or negative connection. And the point here is not to get swallowed up by it, lost in it, going unconscious in it. It's just to feel it, like feel yourself on the edge of it. Feel it like you can taste it, but not be swallowed up by it. So at any point you need to step back, you need to pause, do that. There's no real learning in getting overwhelmed and re-traumatized. So look at that door, the place of no connection, the place of negative connection, and let yourself walk to it and open the door. You could look inside, you can see really a place where you have indifferent or negative experience of nature. It could be like a concrete building. It'd be like some place of pollution. Could be that there is no nature there. Just see that and feel what it's like to be deep in your soul with indifferent or negative connection to nature. And then sense also in there all of your collective consciousness, your ancestor, your culture, your family, your work community. And feel in that place a very neutral or even negative family, negative culture. And again, make sure you don't go in there and just get swallowed up by it. Just feel that touching you. And then feel in that place your individual self, your body, your personal history, your thoughts about yourself and your life, and feel only those in there that are negative or it just doesn't really matter. And feel that. And again, be on the edge. That's what we're looking to work. Work on the edge. I feel it, but I also maintain my mindfulness. And now with those negative connections, come back to your question. Come back to your connection with yourself and let yourself just explore that for just a few moments. As I have these negative connections, as I explore this really important question, it's really important to me, is to just notice what it's like to hold that question and to move. You can be motivated. You can want it so much. Feel what happens as you explore how to create, how to answer the question in a place of neutral or negative consciousness. You just have to get a taste of it and then let yourself step back. Let yourself return to your starting point. Take a deep breath. Step out of that room. You can see the door closing. Whew. You're going to do what we call stand under a purification or spiritual shower, waterfall, where you let yourself feel that purifying, that cleansing, spiritual shower washing through your body, releasing all the toxins, releasing all the attachments. I am light. I am unwounded and unwoundable. I am. And just feel what happened there. Now, look over to your right and look at that second door, the place of deep, positive connection. tuning to your question, holding your question like a mantra, hold it from your heart and soul. Hold it with all your body and your breath moving. Let yourself move to that door. And this is a place where as you walk through, you'll find just a deep, beautiful harmony with nature. I was walking through my garden yesterday with the roses blooming and the beginning of spring, and I felt so happy. Being able to sit and breathe and see the beauty of the flowers. Just feel whatever is in there, beautiful food comes from the earth. Beautiful parts of nature. A beautiful, amazing, fully loving collective consciousness, a loving culture, a loving family, a loving set of friends, a sense of connection even with your enemies. And in there also a beautiful connection to the best of who you are without worry. Beautiful body, beautiful life. This is the place of deep, fully positive, realized consciousness with all of the world. And when you step into there, let yourself do a little exploration. Could be a movement, could be a walking meditation, could be a slow dance, could be a simple rhythmic, somatic movement. Hold your question, let yourself explore that question. How can I? And when you ask the question, ask it of the trees, ask it of the ancestors, ask it of your community, ask it of the best of who you are. And just feel yourself exploring that question in that place of deep, positive connection. Notice what happens at many, many, many different levels. Your interest, your motivation, the quality of your answer. Take good note of that. This is the place of deep creative mind. And then when you're ready, you can take a step out of that room. Come back to your starting point. Come back into that center. Have a somatic model of arms, hands open. And again, let yourself find whatever that, what the Japanese call misogi, purification ritual. I step into an experience. I step out. I release. I cleanse. I let all the stuff wash away until I just feel myself as a beautiful, shimmering light. Beautiful, happy consciousness I am. And from that place, just feel those two contexts. Same question, same motivation. When I explore it in a place of negative or no connection, this is what I know will be the result. When I explore it in a place of deep positive connection, totally different path. This is what's at stake for ourselves, for our communities, is how to be able to open creative mind so that each of our great questions, each of our great difficulties can be explored and resolved in creative mind. So let yourself sense any learning, keep it simple. And remember, if I'm stuck, if I'm unhappy, it's because I've stepped out of connection with creative mind. I know how to get back. I know how to get back. When people I work with are stuck, unhappy, because of a disconnection from creative mind, I know how to help them. I know how to feel that. I know how to invite them back to the source of all their creative solutions and happiness. You can feel that. You can, any vows or promises. We live our life according to our vows. When we're children, often those vows are negative. I'm not going to be like that. I'll never let this happen. What daily vows do you take as a grown-up? So your connection, you are the one who creates your consciousness by your attunement, your alignment, your values, your intention, your attention. Everybody has that responsibility. Everybody has that capacity. What vows do you make to yourself and to your community? That's the beginning of creative mind. Give yourself a nice hug. Eva V practice here is a big follower of Virginia Satir, the Earth Mother herself. Depending on the country she's in, she says there's a minimum number of hugs. We say 10 hugs a day, basic maintenance for being a human being. And we're really kind of hug starved, aren't we? In the time of COVID. So give yourself a nice hug. We'll take a 10-minute break. And we'll come back in 10 minutes. We'll do a little Q&A, and then I'll do a demo. See you in 10 minutes. Oh, there's Mike from China. My God, Mike.
Hello, Michael.
Yeah. Ni hao, Mike. Ni hao.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
To see you all.
Mike is my main guy in China. So
Thank
Yeah,
you,
Mike.
Steve.
yeah. All right. So let's take a little time. Either anybody want to briefly share or ask any questions. We've got about 15 minutes for that before I do the demo that I will have you practice. So Richard and Oksana, do you have a method for selecting people?
Yes, if you can see my picture now, watch what I do. See it? I click.
Reactions. We should put on raise the hand.
Raise hand. Okay, so now raise hand. If I see that your hand is raised, if the engineer sees that, then we'll call on you.
Because when
let's
you
see how
raise
that
your
works.
hand, the Zoom is placing you on the right upper corner, and then engineers will see you and put you on the screen nearby,
Okay,
Stephen.
watch once again.
So-
Raise hand. Boom, and there I am. Okay, anybody want to
So
raise your
if you
hand?
have question, please raise hand in your reaction.
It's really cool.
It's on the reaction button on the bottom of your screen.
Very bottom, lower hand, raise hand. Okay, who can do
Андрей и
this?
Володя, мы подождем, кто поднимет руку, и тогда можно вывести.
Okay. Anybody?
Okay. We have Linda.
Linda Hamilton.
Hi, Linda.
And Linda, as with each person, when you go to speak, please introduce your, just say, hi, I'm so-and-so, I'm from, and tell us where you're from.
Её выводить, она руку подняла. Спасибо.
Go ahead, Linda.
Okay. Hello, I am Linda Hamilton, formerly known as Linda Burdesky. I found the exercise quite invigorating. A little bit of hesitancy. I did not want to open the left door of what I call contraction. It was really, I think the great thing about that is that you really helped me see the community that I'm closed off from when I step into that room, when I step into that door. And it seemed like in my imagination that there were many doors in that left door of contraction. I forget what you called it, but anyway, there was the door to family was closed. The door to growth was closed. All the doors were closed. So I was totally isolated in this room with these, what looked like I could maybe get in there, but I couldn't. So that was good. Stepping back out, stepping into the shower, I felt like I was under a waterfall in Kauai, just flowing over me and letting it all go. And then stepping in, of course, to the room of connection and vertical, what I call vertical living, was absolutely magnificent. One of my ancient ancestors is such
Linda, try to keep it 2 minutes max.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
I just want to make sure we have room for.
Yes, of course. So my main character that came in the connected room was Sachagawea, who is my family ancestor. And I felt a stab and just really moving with my intention. I know what my intention is. So I was able to gather all that and step back again into the waterfall and be present. I think it was very present moment experience. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. I met Linda first when she was in Kauai, right? I stayed in her home and did workshop for people in Kauai.
Yeah.
So just, want to just briefly say, we all have many of those deep shadow pockets. And just consider that your creative mind is just all this different matrix of different areas of consciousness. Now let's imagine that you have learned that there's certain neighborhoods that you do not walk in. Okay, so Linda was saying family, for example. So first of all, I mean, there are two really sort of negative consequences. First, you're not playing with a full deck. You don't have the whole mandala, and you don't have then certain properties that are only part of the whole. Secondly, if you have this in your mind, don't touch any experience with your family, for example. Show me, if you were to take that on, show me what kind of posture, what kind of breathing, what kind of consciousness that you would be walking around in if you had that as a basic rule, you know. And thirdly, every one of those places, we always say, the deeper the pain, the closer that experience is to your spirit. The deeper the pain, that is signaling this is so close to your core spirit. That's why it hurts. Okay? So you are really being robbed of this part of you that is so close to your creative core. Right. But that's true for each of us. That's why I say when we're working with creative mind, we always have this complementary. What are the positive resources that we want to identify, open in, and reorganize ourselves to include? What are those negative crash pockets that are severely limiting our creative development? And how do we have ways to identify those, welcome those, and transform those? Because again, this idea from the Milton Erickson, the symptom becomes the solution if we have some way of skillfully dealing with it. All right, next.
Okay, we saw Maxine raise the hand.
Also, Suzanne Becker.
Suzanne also.
Becker.
Volodь, Andrei, Maxine. First it was Maxine. Maxine,
And then
could you,
we'll go with Suzanne.
could you raise your hand?
Suzanne,
Okay.
please.
I did.
All right.
Yes. No.
And sorry, is there a way that we're getting both the speaker and me up on the screen?
Now it's Suzanne and you, Stephen.
Go ahead, Suzanne.
I'm just
Okay.
seeing my whole gallery here.
Because you have to pin yourself.
I have to pin myself. All right. Go ahead, Susanna. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I just have a brief question, because when you were doing the meditation and you were saying to like connect to the line of your ancestors,
Yes.
I really very strongly felt like enormous roots going to the down the line of my father's ancestors.
Right.
And then I had the same sensation regarding my mom's line. And then at a certain point, quite quickly, there was a block. It just stopped.
Yeah.
It's impossible. I mean, it should go on biologically. So
Well,
is that something? What can I do with that?
Well, that's one of the two main focuses of the work.
Okay.
Is how to feel where those blocks are and what to do to repair the break. And that's why I was just giving, that sense of what are the consequences of those shadow places that you're not creatively dealing with. So yeah, there's a lot to come on that. One of the processes I was mentioning in passing Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese Buddhist monk, and that was about 30 years ago. So I was listening to them on audio cassettes, so that sort of dates the period, where he has this process called the 5 prostrations. A prostration is when you sort of go down and empty yourself out and open to this this deeper presence. And there were the 5 lineages. There are 5 lineages to which each of us belong. Our family lineage, our cultural lineage, our religious or spiritual lineage, the lineage of the people who live on the land that we're on, and your vocational lineage. And in that process, you would go, you'd be in this state. I used to do it up here at midnight with a candle lit. You're in this coach state and a bell rings. You go down and he guides you to going back 1 generation, 2 generations, 3 generations, 4 generations, 5 generations back on that lineage. So it could be your family, for example. I've been doing it a lot with my Irish culture in what's really important for me right now. And you feel 5 generations back what it was like for people, you know, the clothes they were wearing, what was happening historically, what the traditions were, what was happening politically. And you feel that at the heart of it was what he called the jewels of the lineage. There's some really, really beautiful part of that lineage. And you feel how that generation, 5 generations, passed it forward to the next generation, then how they lived and passed the lineage jewels forward until you feel it being passed to you. And you receiving it and you being it to benefit from it. And then to feel how you want to pass it on to the next generation. It's a beautiful process. And one of the things he does in that, which gets to, you know, what you're talking about, which is true for most of us, is you find that in certain generations, there was what he calls it, uses in the Buddhist terminology, there were unlucky circumstances. So there might have been violence or famine or some really bad things that were happening that clouded over the jewels, that sort of dumped mud on the jewels. And that to me is what suffering is. That my spiritual jewels are here, but somehow they're being oppressed from being able to live. And he would say, even though the jewels may be clouded, they're still there. And so what we're looking to do is identify them, and pain, or these patterns of where we have violence or unhappiness, or where we're repeating, like in our intimacy patterns, where we're repeating and we realize, oh, that's the way my parents did it, or that's the way my grandparents did it. We really need to have ways to identify that, to have a positive understanding of it, and to have a skillful way to creatively transform it. It's a really integral part of the work. Make sense?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Absolutely.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for sharing that and asking the question. Okay, we got one more. Do we have, sorry, who's next, Susana?
It's Maxine.
All right.
The next Maxine.
All right, do Maxine, and then we have.
Yes, Maxine, you're on.
Yeah, go ahead, Maxine. Please introduce yourself. We're calling.
I'm Maxine Sitkovsky. I'm from New York City, and been doing this journey for a very long 3 decades and beyond. I had a great deal of difficulty connecting with my ancestors in any way. When I went into the room of disconnect, it was a landscape entirely of ash. And the primary senses were smelling ash, tasting ash, feet sinking to the ankles in very soft ash.
Yeah.
A few barren trees in a post-apocalyptic kind of landscape. And there was nothing there to connect with, nothing. Not
Yeah.
even things that I couldn't connect with that were worth being with.
Yeah.
Nothingness.
Right.
When
So,
I went
yeah.
when I went into the positive space, Instead of connecting with ancestors, I connected with the near-death experience I had at 11 and with the ayahuasca experiences I've had of being utterly one with the dirt, with the tree roots, with the river, with the sky, with all that is. And that's where I wanted to stay. But there was no interest and no availability of connecting to any kind of lineage with ancestors at all. It's as
Yeah,
though I don't want it.
You can notice in Maxine's name, it's Polish, right?
On both sides of my family, all the way back.
Well, that's
And conflicting.
quite a story. Quite a story. Yeah. So again, I think, you know, I would say something similar. You hear Susanna, and I think we don't have to probe too far to see that's generally the rule rather than the exception. You know, that we have these places of violence and disconnection that are so deep within us that dissociation is usually the best short-term strategy. You know, dissociation, when you're in a situation like that, is just get out of there. You know, I grew up in an Irish Catholic alcoholic family where there's tremendous depression and alcoholism and violence. And I made a beeline out of that family at 16 years old. And I made a vow that I would never look back. And for probably 15 years, that was really the best thing I could do. Just get out of there, create a life of your own. At some point, dissociation becomes really your biggest problem. So people's sense is there's no resources in those ashes. There's nothing positive to be retrieved or connected with. And I think that belief system is really one of the main sources of being really stuck. So we have to have methods to be able to safely and skillfully do that. And I believe that creative mind articulates some of those methods by which that can happen. But what I was saying in that first guided process is we are really committed to not re-traumatizing. And it's so easy, you know, to get a little taste and then you get swallowed up into the ashes. And then however much later, 2 months later, it's like, what was that all about? So the notion of creative mind and some of those things that you were talking about ayahuasca and what was the other one? The other positive.
I had a near-death experience when I was 11.
So
Oneness.
those are your sort of the places where you feel that coach. And what we're doing is what is basically what is called the tantric principle. We're opening up that positive connection space. And anything we want to heal or transform about that disconnection or negative connection, like the ashes, we're bringing into the positive place. We're never asking ourselves or somebody else to go back into the old context. We're asking people to move forward into new contexts that can be able to hold and transform the suffering. Okay, so more to go on this. Okay, well, one more. Christopher, I think had his. No, was Christopher? Are you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Good. And this is all we can do for right now because we've got to keep the trains running. So go ahead, Christopher.
Thanks. I'm Christopher from Potsdam, Germany. And I just feel really blessed to be here. Feels really like coming home. So thank you so much.
Yeah, pleasure.
Um,
Welcome.
yeah, and I have a question. It's more a theoretical one, and so my question is, how how is the first filter? So this is the evolutionary spheres. How is that connected to the second filter? So the communities of mind. So
Well, the community of mind is the third filter. The first one is unbounded spirit. This is like just pure consciousness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but what I mean is you have the second filter, the community of mind.
No, the second filter is nature.
Well, yeah, but what I'm sorry, but like
Right.
what I mean is that you have the nested evolutionary spheres, and they have these 5 levels, like spirit, nature, collective mind, individual mind, integral mind.
Right.
And then you have the next one that says the second filter, at least on the slides, and that's called the community of mind. I was just wondering how the community of mind is relating to particularly the collective mind.
Well, it used to be that in First Nations, a lot of the rituals were about a deep renewal of the connection of the collective consciousness to nature. So that's in things like the different seasons of the year. So all those things that the Catholic Church sort of stole and rebranded. Rituals of the renewal of the summer, of the winter, and the darkest hour. Most traditional cultures organize their rituals and hence their identity about the unison of the human community to nature. When that was broken, that's where a huge break of consciousness occurred. And now you have this notion of human being, you've got these sort of, sometimes you hear these conservative Christian stories. Basically, God made the planet for humans. Everything in the world, he said, okay, I'm going to build this place and I'm going to put men, white Christian men, in charge of nature. What sort of relationship to nature? So we think of nature as dead, basically, as something to exploit, as something that is not part of ourselves. So the question that you're asking is one of the crucial questions, I believe. In contemporary culture, the answer is usually what connection? Human beings are really the main thing. It's what do we do about humans? And that has devolved into small parts of the human community without any connection or partnership or alliance to nature. So we have lost that consciousness. And I was saying that the rituals used to be some of the main ways that we created that consciousness, and we need to find new ways to affirm that and make that connection. Make sense?
Yeah, thank you very much.
I mean, the biggest problem I would say we have is the environment is hanging by a thread. With global warming and with pollution and in beautiful California here, people are starting to move out because of the fires. The fire season, which was always something in August or September, because it doesn't rain here for about 6 months, from starting in about now. But now the fire seasons are all year. And it's an expression of the desecration and the raping of the environment by human consciousness. The pandemic is directly comes from that. You know, if you read these virusologists, or these people who I can't what you call them, who really look at the viruses that are in sort of the ancient places like the Amazon forests. All those places are being so violently assaulted and burned that out of those sort of ancient nests, they're being thrown these new viruses. And this, for example, the pandemic, if you could see that it's been predicted for at least 10 years by people who study that. Furthermore, I hate to sort of put a downer into it. All those articles say there's not going to be just one. So the renewal of the connection of human consciousness to nature is one of the biggest, most urgent challenges that we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. All right. So let's go back to this. Sorry. I'm going to put my slide back on. I can hope I'm still on here. There we go. Excuse me for the disruption. PowerPoint. Share screen. And there we go. All right. So now I want to build on the guided process that we were just doing. I want to do a demonstration with somebody. And so I say, in terms of making as a necessary condition. So Susan was talking about, I go back into my family or my culture and things get dark pretty fast. Maxine said it's all ashes. So to be able to recover and reclaim these multiple places of traumatically disrupted parts of our creative mind, we need to make sure that we don't re-traumatize ourselves and others. So we're looking to develop these positive resources. Now, one of the sort of main contextual differences in talking about positive resources, usually in coaching psychotherapy, you've got the individual and then they're thinking, I've got this positive connection in my mind and I'm going to hold that and then that'll help me to go forward. We're really trying to sense and actualize that the positive resource is not just a construction in your individual mind. It's actually a deeper context for your identity than any thought could possibly understand. So we're looking to reorganize our sense of self so that I'm not just an isolated Steve, or I'm not just an isolated Maxine, but as the founder of Aikido used to say, we used to laugh, where he would say, I am the universe. I would say, okay, big guy. But there's some sense, even though it sounds a little bit corny or grandiose, if you were to say it from the verbal mind of the individual ego, we're really trying to sense that. So we're looking to find, what are your doorways into feeling this deeper connection. So Maxine was saying, well, I had this ayahuasca experience, or I had a near-death experience, and that was a doorway that I was able to feel something. For me, when I was a teenage kid, really angry, really pissed off, I lived in very, very foggy place of Southwest San Francisco. I would go down to the ocean and I would just brood and look deeply into the ocean. And then one day I realized that the ocean was totally there for me and with me. It was so much bigger than anything that I had in my mind. And the redwood forests have been something similar. So these are channels, but we don't want to get caught in thinking of the ocean or the forest or the ayahuasca as a sort of a fetish, like I need the ayahuasca, or I need to go down to the ocean. What they're connecting us to is far beyond any particular time or place. They're connecting us to the ever-present origin, what Gebser would call. They're connecting us to what Bohm and Pribram would call the implicate order, something inside of every particle. So to actualize that, what I did in the guided process just a little bit ago, as I said, imagine that doorway and imagine those general areas. But now for action, I want to say, what would be a specific channel or entry point that experientially will work for you, like the ocean or like whatever. And to get more specific about the experience, because we know from trance work that if you're dealing with something abstractly, it doesn't really have a transformational potential. To activate transformational potential that can result in sustainable, significant change, you have to take each idea and you have to find a specific instance of it and open that within every part of your being. So what we're gonna do in this demonstration is start out with self-connection, intention in terms of a question, and then we're going to say, let's tune to, for example, your personal history. When have you felt the deepest connection in your life? Activate that. And you'll see we're going to do a little bit of time to open that in terms of breathe that, feel that, sense that, and open it. And then we'll go to at least one other area. Think of something in your cultural history. Initially, I say, I don't know, all I know my cultural history is bad stuff. They say, relax and hold the question. What in my cultural history could really be a positive guide, and see what comes up, right? And then maybe one other question, but that's what we're using. Really want you to focus on in this demo, and then holding those connections, give yourself an open space to take, say, 5 minutes and just let yourself go on an exploration, but asking the question from a place of deep connection with those 2 or 3 deep positive contexts. All right, so let's do it. Richard, Oksana?
Yes.
So let's get a demo person.
Great.
Okay, great.
Okay, we're going to share the screen here.
Okay, we have to stop
Okay,
sharing.
Steve, I'm going to have to turn off your screen sharing, okay?
Oh,
briefly.
me, yeah, okay.
I can do it, but I just want to,
Yeah, sure.
Here.
I'll do it.
here we go.
Okay.
This is our magic wheel.
We cannot see magic wheel right now.
Yeah, I can. I can. And Richard, do you want to just reiterate to people? I know you wrote it clearly, but if people didn't read that about how they get on this list.
Well, send $5 to our post office box.
How many rubles is that?
It's a discount in rubles. Okay, seriously, guys. Just write to us. Just let us know any means. Telegram, Telegraph, Pony Express. Just tell us and we'll put you on. That's all.
But everyone can put themselves on.
Oh.
We have available access to all the links, so you have them in your personal CM account.
But wait, is that link on that letter that we sent to them?
It's in the letter. It's linked in your personal CM account.
Link
it's
to
linked in the Telegram.
Demonstration, right? With Stephen.
Yeah,
Okay.
link to the list when you can send up to the demonstration.
So-
You have to read the organizational letter.
Okay, well, let's find out
You
now.
know.
Are we ready?
That's,
Here we go.
you can say that, but it doesn't always happen. So now we spin the wheel, the creative mind wheel.
Roman.
Angelica, congratulations.
Angelica.
Cool. And back to you guys.
Okay, now please, everyone except Angelica, turn off your camera and microphones,
Please.
please.
If you need help turning them off, just leave them on and we'll help you. Please turn off your microphones and your videos. Thank you very much.
Okay. Angelica, you here?
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Aline, turn off your video. Aline.
Eileen, turn off your video.
Got it.
Thank you. Okay, so and there we go. Hi, Angelica.
Hi, Steve.
How is life? Are you in Munich right now?
Actually, I'm at my mom's place with my daughter.
In
But
Munich?
yeah.
In Munich?
No, not in Munich. It's in the middle of Germany. So
I see. Right. And what's that say on your sweatshirt there?
oh, it's my favorite one. San Diego.
Right. So is that like one of those screens, the artificial screens you have behind you? That's not really where you are, is it?
No, that's not where I am. Yeah, I am. It's artificial, but it's nature. It's
yeah.
somehow a connection to nature.
Yeah. So I just want to point out that from the first moment, a person is giving you a lot of clues about what's in their identity patterns. And so the fact that Angelica uses this beautiful forest tells you that that's likely a positive resource for her. And so you're always on the search. You look at what a person's wearing, the jewelry they have, their hairstyle, their clothes, the context that they're in. Those are the channels into a deeper consciousness. What do you think about that? Okay, so how have things gone so far today in the seminar?
Yeah. So I'm surprised. I'm astonished how deep this goes for me. So I was very touched in this meditation or exercise, and yeah, as you already mentioned, you can see. You can find a lot of connections. So the nature means a lot to me, and it feels to me that there is somehow a longing for nature, for more nature in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was a feeling I got when I did the exercise. So yeah.
Awesome. And of course, Bavaria is one of the great nature centers of the planet, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but I'm living in in a city, so
Yeah.
City center, nearly city center. So yeah,
Yeah.
I think I miss the nature, or at least it feels to me I need more than I have there. So
Good to know. Isn't that great to know?
yeah.
So, we'd really make note of that. I would sort of be listening that Angelica saying, for me to be in a sustainable, positive, creative state, I'm really discovering now that my connection to nature really needs to be deepened and strengthened. And good to know. So, Angelica, you heard me describe the general structure of the exercise, which I'd like to support you in going through, if that's okay. And it's a little bit, it's sort of a next version of what we're doing in the group process. So the first step is, just taking a few moments to settle in, settle down, get a positive connection. Sounds like, feels like that you've got that. I don't know what would be a number, a 1 to 10 scale, how much you feel that right now.
A 6.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was, the number that was coming to me was 5 or 6. And you may be able to hear and feel and sense that there's an openness in Angelica, but there's some sort of block in the chest here.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear it in the resonance of the voice. And so that's one of the signs of where those underlying crashes are. Whatever the pathway that through her heart and her chest is, that's really one of the important places that I would be keeping in mind for this sort of conversation. What do you think about that, Angelica?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds, good, familiar. Yeah, there's.
Anything more specifically you would say about that? What do you think that connects to, or what it represents, or where you've been finding, as you say, well, I need more connection to nature, and if I did have it, I would think I would be more able to heal whatever is represented here.
What just came to my mind was, for me, the connection to nature is somehow related to the connection to myself. So for me, it is just, it represents somehow the connection to myself. So
of course, yeah. And again, it's like an astonishment that nature and myself are somehow connected. And I just want to point out also, I hope it's okay that I reflect on these comments. Yes, as soon as I asked that, notice the neck lockdown. And so that tells me, well, this is a little bit difficult to talk about. And so it tells me we first need to open up to resources, because it's not quite enough resources for her speech to be flowing and free. So you're mentioning, so what I'd like to just sort of explore with you for just a little bit now, Angelica, is 2 or 3 places of really, really deep connection. And you were saying, and we sort of just opened in the conversation, there's some connection in nature that is a really deep, essential part of your creative wholeness. And without that, it's really going to be a long, lonely, difficult road. So when you think about this, when you think about, one of the most beautiful connections I can feel to nature is, and this is really obviously a statement or question. You're not asking it of your verbal mind. You're sort of dropping that. Where is nature? It's one of the most beautiful and powerful in my being. And we're asking the question and just seeing if we can just open the space and see what comes out from nature.
That's very interesting. The first thing that came to my mind was a dog.
Yeah, awesome. I've
Yeah, it's a former dog, or it's yeah, the last dog of my parents. So yeah, I was really in love with this dog. So
yeah, yeah. And you hear those things. It's a dog from my past, and it belonged to my parents. It was part of a certain age. So there's a lot of different connections there. We're just sort of, realizing that. But what was the dog's name?
Astor.
Astral?
Astor.
Cool. So isn't that interesting? When you sort of ask of that deeper pool, what is one of my deepest connections to nature? Astral shows up. And welcome to astral. Welcome to the sort of the gateway or the symbol, the sparkling consciousness of nature, that astral is both in and of itself and sort of as a doorway. And it's just sort of an opening to all that beautiful natural consciousness that you felt with astral. And if you just go through that, like using it as a portal, as a gateway, just drop through that to feel even deeper connection to nature. And to feel that awareness as you're open to that. I belong here. I belong here. This is one of the most basic true natures of my being. I belong here. And so feel how your mind, and your body, your consciousness just begins to reorganize, to absorb and to reintegrate. To feel that deeper sense of who you really are. Angelica, astral, and through the astral projection, deep, deep, almost infinite connection to nature. And can you tell me, Angelica, what happens there?
It's I wouldn't say it's funny, but it's still interesting. When I connect to the dog, I could really feel yeah, in a certain way that the number increases. So I got to a 7, then I stayed connected with the dog, and I saw us running out in nature and playing and laying in the grass. So, and then it went to an 8, and it really felt like this relaxation is or went through the body like little waves. So it's coming from the center, and it's just yeah, it's incredible. Yeah.
So this is what we call the creative mind shift, the beginning of the creative mind shift, moving from this neuromuscular lock created sense of self, where things are implicitly or unconsciously locked. So, okay, I'm Angelica and I live in the big city, to shifting to, well, Angelica consciousness is connected to nature and to dogs, and it's not like an object thought of my ego. It's my true self. It's my true self. So I wonder if we were to tune into one other sort of level, could be something in your community of friends, it could be something in your culture, it could be something where you just drop the sort of question into some deep spiritual. Again, I don't mean that religiously. Unbounded consciousness. Who else am I that is important for me to positively know? And to feel community of mind, friends, community, part of your culture that could go way, 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 way deep. But just part of spiritual consciousness, ever present. And as you ask that question, just let yourself sense where you find yourself next.
And that's, I wouldn't say difficult, but I felt that I was, how to say, really looking for something. I couldn't find something.
Yeah.
There was no person or thing, but yeah, again and again, there was a picture or a feeling that I had when we started. So first there was a dog, and the next picture I got was the ocean, and the ocean is still present. So it's more present than any person or
Great.
I don't know. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, that's great. So notice what Angelica is saying, which is pretty common. Oh, I didn't get anything except the ocean just kept coming in. It's like, will you shut up, ocean? I'm trying to think.
I was actively looking for someone, for community, but
That's the deal, isn't it? Come on, I'm trying to do creative development here. The damn ocean. I'm laughing because I just know that so well. Yeah, so well. So, and you may have noticed that with her right hand, as Angelica was saying, she said it kept coming. So it's coming from outside of the ego consciousness, which has these ideas. Well, this is what the problem is. This is what a solution should look like. I'm supposed to get these kind of things, but something keeps popping in from outside of the problem solving state. And really, we really are really trying to appreciate that's an integral, necessary, essential part. I think it should look like this. But if I relax a little bit, something comes from outside of my ego understanding. That's crucial. So let's feel Angelica, astral, the ocean. And to begin to assemble and weave a creative mind, what I invite you to do is let yourself move from I am the ocean. Might sound a little bit strange at first, but be the ocean. Feel the ocean. Think as the ocean. And let your body and your mind really move into that. So you literally step out of the Angelica, place, and you go into I am the ocean. What is the consciousness of the ocean? And then you can feel that what it'd be to slide over into I am astral, I am dog. To literally feel I am the body, I am the dog, I am the heart, I am the consciousness of a dog. And then from there to bring the compassion of the dog and the wisdom of the ocean and enter into Angelica. This person who lives in the middle of the city, carry these fears, but just bring the ocean completely into Angelica and let the dog consciousness be connected to I'm Angelica too. This woman from Munich trying to find her way, but I'm also the dog. I'm also the ocean. And to feel what sort of movement, what sort of rhythm, what sort of process allows you to weave. I am the luminous, beautiful interconnectedness of all these, much, 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 much more. And then from there, Angelica, only to the extent that you feel I am dog, I am ocean, I am Angelica, I am all. As the sense of me, we, let yourself explore whatever your question is. Let yourself explore. Whatever intention, where your edge is, to realize, to allow myself to really explore this intelligently, respectfully. I first need to reconnect ocean. If you get too emotionally caught in any of Angelica's, just become the ocean. You need to step out of Angelica, ocean. Step into I am dog consciousness. I'm human, I'm a woman. Angelica. And so feel the weave. This is the activation of creative mind. And then whatever question you have, explore it in that feeling of an interconnected ocean, dog, woman. Beautiful stuff. And then let yourself feel your mind as being completely connected with ocean. Every cell, every memory, every relationship. And that beauty of dawn. So can we take a pause and you can share a little bit about what happens there?
The question that came was the same that I had when we did this exercise before.
Yeah.
It was how can I bring myself into the world? And
Sorry. Just want to pause and just notice every time you publicly speak something importantly, you want to pause for a moment and say, is the ocean flowing through me? Is the ocean in my neck, in my chest? That's good. We're really just trying to track. Anytime I'm on my edge, I take a little step forward. Often I disconnect. That's always the case when we're on our edge. They say, got to get back to where you belong, just a little bit further, just a little bit more, just a little bit further than you've gone before. Grateful Dead.
when I connect to the dog,
Yeah.
It is so easy just to run. I mean, to be in the world and to enjoy life.
Oh, you look so beautiful when you say that. That's just great. You just look, I say your sort of wild woman is like, wow, I'm a dog. Woo.
And when I connect to the ocean, there is, these constant waves. There is it is like it is, there is just a continuity. It is, I can't explain it. It's very difficult to, to translate the feeling. But it is just beautiful to be the ocean. And then when I'm Angelica, I'm back in my apartment in Munich, then there comes up a fear. So it's, how can I do this? And when I then connect back to dog and ocean, then it feels to me that they don't have this question, that this question isn't there.
Right.
Yeah.
Great. You know how much I love dogs, And I had a golden retriever. We had Lucky for 15 years, and my office is on the home property here. And I used to work a lot with trauma survivors, and Lucky would always be outside. He was the official greeter. People came in the door, and there were a number of clients who would come in, they'd say, I have a really difficult piece of work to do. Can Lucky come in and be in the session? And they were able to, they trusted Lucky a lot more than they trusted me. I'm a human being. But they would literally, they would place their hand on him. My current, our current beautiful canine creature, you know, is Marley. She's right there. And I can't tell you, you know, how many minutes during the day I just love to just touch her and put my hand on her. Just good to know that. So what we're really trying to do, Angelica and others, is what Angelica was just saying. When I hit the stress point, when I was imagining myself back in my apartment, then I started going to a crash state. And then what I realized is I had lost my connection to the ocean and to dogs as a portal into creative wholeness. So what we're trying to do is teach ourselves, my stress and unhappiness is a mirror that I have forgotten my deeper connection to creative mind. That's what it's telling me. And when I'm in this disconnected state, there's nothing in my life that will really be able to go right at a deep level. Nothing. Because I'm dissociated. We're saying this is not an individual thing so much as a universal thing. What's the ocean say about that?
It's completely unknown to the ocean.
What is known to the ocean? Yeah.
Just being.
Right. So that's what we're trying to cultivate multiple points throughout the day. I am the ocean. I am the forest. I am the dogs. This is who I really am. And then whatever challenges we're facing. Say first, connection. Then growing on your edge. Okay, if we stop here.
Yeah.
Awesome work. Really beautiful work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can bring our cameras back on. And now, if you'd like, you can turn your microphones back on just for a few moments, and any sense of support you want to send to Angelica.
Angelica.
Angelica. Thank you. Спасибо, это так красиво. You're so much. Wow, thank you for sharing.
Wonderful.
Beauty. Just
Wonderful.
Beautiful, Angelica. Thank
Bravo.
you very much.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, your turn. So I hope you could see that we're saying go with the first two steps of just settle down, get a question for where you are in your edge, and then do this connection where have I felt in nature, in my culture, among my friends, in spiritual exploration? Where have I felt this connection to the wholeness, to the beauty of all of life? Okay. Everybody has that somewhere. And take a couple of them and slow it down and use them as a way to enter into that really positive generative state. And notice we're really trying to emphasize, don't think of this, the ocean is a place to go to every once in a while if I'm super stressed. That's the sort of the traditional way of thinking about it. But then I go home to my apartment in the middle of the city. There's no ocean, so I'm feeling alone and stressed and disconnected. Do the exploration. I am the ocean. I am the dog. I am me. And then notice just did this thing of feeling yourself move from I am ocean. What is thought? What is consciousness? What is history as ocean? What is dog? What is thought? What is connection? What is feeling? What is community? And what is me? What is me consciousness? And then what you're looking to do is breathe so that you become the interconnectedness of those different modes. I am dog, I am ocean, I am Angelica, or I am me. Okay. And then see that as the generative state, that you now come back to your question and explore the question only to the extent that you can maintain that deeper sense of self. And why we need coaches is one of the main reasons is we dissociate really fast and we're unconscious about it. So we've got this beautiful thing, I am ocean, I am dog, I am me. And then 5 seconds into exploring the challenge, I forget about everything else. I'm just this stressed, isolated individual. You are tracking a person. You are noticing, you are teaching your client to notice where you disconnect. And it's in a session, it's at least 20 times in a session. So you say, just notice, come back to, I am the ocean, I am this positive level, I am this positive consciousness, I am this positive consciousness. Most importantly, I'm the interconnectedness between all of them. And from there, I explore whatever question is I have on my edge. All right? All right, so I'm going to send you into your groups now. You're going to have 90 minutes total. We will come back here in 90 minutes. It's 10 minutes after the hour, whatever hour that is. That'll be 10 minutes after 1 to me. You have time for a 15-minute break, a 15-minute conversation with your group, and then 30 minutes each for the exercise with a single partner. And we'll come back, we'll do some Q&A, and then I'll add a third exercise, demonstrate how do we use this to start to work with the negative crash states. Okay. So see you in 90 minutes. Richard, Oksana, any directions need to be given?
Sure, let's go.
Please turn off your microphones, guys. Turn off your microphones, everyone, please.
Thank you.
Okay, Andre? Okay, great. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Hi. I hope you had some good illuminative experiences in the exercise. And let's take a little bit of time. We have about 15 to 18 minutes for any sharing or any questions. And again, just because of the number of people and the limited time, please restrict yourself to 2 minutes or less. Okay, so usual drill, if you want to speak, please, Jehan, press the reaction button so you have the hand up. I don't see it. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Окей. Володя, Андрей, можно Джехан на экран вывести? Она руку подняла. Just a second, they should have some seconds to put Jehan on the screen.
Okay. Yeah, your Russian's getting pretty good, Oksana.
Oh, thank you. Она руку подняла, Джехан подняла руку, и в правом углу она появляется в реакциях. Нашли? Окей.
Okay, go ahead, Jehan. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Jehan from Jordan.
Hi.
And hi, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, pleasure. Pleasure.
In the exercise I was working with, I would say, I was playing with Linda. And we both went into this beautiful coach state connected to the field. And I would like to share a brief of the experiences, like one of them, when she connected with her resources. And I had a voice saying, pick a flower. I have a vase of roses in front of me. And I reached out and I felt like picking it up. And I did this.
Yeah.
And she wasn't even looking at the screen. And one of her resources was like, it has a fragrance and it's like a rose.
Yeah.
I felt it. And that was beautiful how we felt this connection. And then again, when she did the exercise with me, we went through shared experiences that I cannot describe, but so divine, that made us really experience being the connection, being the link, rather than being the individuals.
Yeah.
Being what's in the space between us.
When do you want me to do my piece of work?
That's my piece for now. And I thank Linda and I thank you all.
Thank you. Guys, sorry, we have somebody's audio on.
Maxine.
It is Maxine's.
It's Maxine.
Can you turn her off?
I got it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Jehan, that's wonderful. Thanks for sharing.
So we felt like we're this connection in between, and both our stories or both our intentions were similar experiences. We both had something to say to the other in a way as if universe is talking to me, God is talking to me in a sort of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I'll have what you're having. But and whatever that rose is, I could smell it too. So it's a very special rose that you have. And again, one of the things we learn from art and literature and poetry and trance, it's usually to get to that divine oneness, we go through deeply into the particulars of something a little bit, paradoxical. So that's what I'm saying when we talk about, connection to these deep fields, we're usually looking for specific particular experiences that has opened that or activated that for you. Because I think that begins to shift from the left brain mind, which is more conceptual, to the right brain, which has this somatic sensual. And so that's why we're saying, let's slow down, breathe it, and begin to unpack, if you will, some of the different sensory elements. Right? Now, what I was adding to that, which it sounds like you were able to move to the next level, which is you don't want to stop with the particulars. So sometimes it becomes, as say, I don't know if the best term is fetish, where we get so into the rose or to a particular tradition or a piece of music or somebody with whom we experience that we begin to think of that particular form or that particular content as the essence of that divine state. But the divine state has no content to it. It has no form to it. And so we're always challenged to go a little bit further than that. And I think what we're trying to do is when we hit that place of that, where all the sort of duality or the division breaks up, we're looking to feel there's a little bit of tension left by going into that image or that particular experience. And it's very, very seductive. You know, we want to hold on to the good feelings. What we're really sort of needing to do is feel something a little bit even deeper. And one way to do it, you were again alluding to it, is feeling the place of connection between the two. So you and your partner, or, I mean, it really works for me very well with nature. You know, I've had, when I'm in a good place, I have a lot of conversations with trees. You know, and you might think, oh God, is that guy from California? But I don't mean, hi tree, how are you? But when you make the connection with the tree or with the ocean or with the spiritual being, you're finding it's giving me this place where my ego is a little bit released, but I still have to take it a step further. And one way to do is to feel the language that you share between you. And that's where you're saying that common language. So what do you have in what's the conversation between you and the tree? Or what's the conversation between you and this other being who's really, really different from you on all the form levels? You know, they may be from a different culture, or they may be a person with very different sort of emotional values. So you're trying to feel what is it that is shared between us. And I think when you feel that, it has no particular form. And so that allows you, I think, to go the one step further, which is you're no longer located in your individual center. From that connection between the two different individual centers, you begin to feel there's a deeper common center that can only be realized when the centers are held individually, that each uniqueness has its own center. This was Teilhard de Chardin's idea. You know, he was the French Jesuit paleontologist who, to me, is one of the great creative mind influences. You know, he said, you're moving to this place where he said, usually in spirituality, there's a sense that to go into the spiritual state, you let go of your individuality. And for most people, this leads to a sort of a cult, where you let go of this whole level of maturation and you lose the complexity of consciousness that's needed for higher levels. You know, to move to a higher level, you have to have this differentiated complexity that is deeply resonant to a shared center. Those are the two things. So you need your individuality, and you need to feel the center of each individual form, which starts with you, but then it extends to feeling what Martin Buber called the thou-ness. You see the full presence of an other, and whether that would be a person or a tree or an ocean or an ancestor, and you feel they're not an extension of your ego. It's not my resource. It is a presence that has its own existence independently of your ego. This is the challenge we all face in love, right? If I think of my children as my daughter, that's going to be a long road. If I think of my sweetheart as my, then it's an ego object. And then it's got a lot of unintended consequences. So we have to feel our own center underneath all the blah, blah, blah. Then we have to open the field, and we have to feel the center of another being that's its own center. And then when we come to that place you're talking about, what's the common conversation? I think that gives us the opportunity to move to what Terre de Chardin was calling the Omega, which is a common generative center begins to awaken. That holds everything as an awakened grain of sand. Everything in the whole universe is an awakened individual consciousness that contains the whole of the universe. And in the real world, it's resonant together to support its commonality and its differentiation at the same time. That's what we're trying to get to.
Even in mother and child relationships, Stephen, like I can't feel like, how can I differentiate it when it is my son? I know what you've been describing and explaining. And yet, because for me, he's still a child. And as a mother, this bond to be able to transcend, haven't been able to see him for 6 months, to transcend this sense of. I felt like I had a connection.
Yeah, maybe we should ask how many people have reached that point in the group, and then you can consult with them. I don't know if it's a Rumi poem, or he says that none of us have gotten very far. None of us have gotten very far. So it's good to feel what we're moving towards and to realize some days are better than others. And what we do when we realize we fall so far short of who we really want to be, that's the most important thing. When we realize we have fucked up again, excuse my technical language. We have fallen so far short of our potential, and what we do at that point is probably the most important thing. Most of us punish ourselves. All right, somebody else? Good luck, Jehan.
Thank you.
Okay. So.
Mikhail is next.
Yes.
Okay, Michal, you're on.
Hi, thank you so
much. Just give some seconds to engineers, please, to put Mikhail on the screen. Okay.
Go ahead, Michal.
Hello, Stephen. Hello, everybody.
You can introduce yourself just briefly. I know you, but.
My name is Michał Kułakowski. I'm Polish, living in China now, and I'm saying hello to everybody. I would like to briefly just share about my experience. I was working with Elena, who is Russian. And during work, maybe like this, Polish and Russian history wasn't easy always. But during work, I felt a connection which touches places much, much, much older than me. I felt like reaching places, and I believe we share the similar experience with Elena. We were talking
Richard and
about this.
Oksana, I'm not getting them on the screen here.
No, I can't find it myself.
Okay. Sorry, Michał. It's really meaningful. I just wanted to make sure to try to get you. Go ahead.
So I will talk for myself, but I believe with Elena, we share similar experience. We were talking about this. I touch places much, much, much older than I am. Maybe I had like this belief, the places maybe of ancestors centuries ago, when maybe Poland and China and Russia, I'm saying China because I'm living in China, but Poland, Polish and Russians, they had such a bond. And
that's a long time ago, right?
A long time ago, but still alive. I just wanted to share about share about this, and I'm very grateful to this community. That I can experience something like this. So this is what I wanted to share, and thank you so much.
You're welcome. And what I want to say about that, again, sort of similar to what I've been saying all morning for me. So we get that taste of something in a special state. So you got this taste in this very special experience with your Russian sister, Elena. And you realize, oh my God, at this ancient, deeper place, we're sharing the same consciousness, right? And then stuff happened and we got split, and there can be generations and generations, of shadow and re-traumatization and even deeper violence and so forth. But you get back to that core. So now we have the additional challenge. How could I use that pre-trauma wholeness in my everyday life? Because it's a great thing if you can step away from your everyday self and have these extraordinary experiences. But it would be even better for you and for the world if you could somehow bring that back into your everyday life, right? So that's what we're looking to do, is to take that experience, and rather than saying, oh, that was an incredible experience, I'm going to remember this forever, to say that this gave me a touch of the truer nature of myself. Now, for me to be able to embody it and live it in time and carry it in all of my daily affairs, I have to become that self at some sort of experiential level. And, as I was saying to Jehan, some days are better than others. We're not thinking of a complete transformation that lasts 24/7, right? But it's something we're moving towards. So that, the experience that Angelica and I were exploring in the last demonstration about moving from I am Michał, I am Polish, I am Russian, I am Chinese, and to have a state where you can flow from one identity to another identity to another, and then have the curiosity of what kind of thinking, and it's going to be always an embodied thinking. You cannot do this just thinking intellectually in your head.
Yeah, sure.
So that's where the language of ritual is very instructive. chanting, dancing, in connection with nature, and to have that sense of this is what I'm recovering, is I am the wholeness of all of consciousness. And again, so are you, and we sort of have to laugh because of the arrogance and the strangeness of language at that level. But I think that's what we're facing, is we either do that or we will destroy each other. So thanks for sharing that.
Thank you.
All right, so sorry, I need to do the last demo. I can't see who that is, but we're going to have to wait until next time for any further questions or sharing. So what we're talking about is first getting this space of open presence that's non-dual. So I'm not Polish or Russian or Chinese or male or female or whatever. I am. Right? That's the base. And then we feel that I have had experiences that were little portals that I got touched with something where for that brief period of time, I could feel I'm the unbroken wholeness of all consciousness, And then I came back to, just being a regular person in the middle of the city in my apartment, or the drugs wore off, or the intimacy didn't last, or, whatever. So from that, we get the feeling of the positive connections. And so what I'm saying is one of the differences, I think, between creative mind and more the traditional coaching or therapeutic work is we don't see these as parts of yourself that are held in your ego that are only sometimes activated, but they are deeper contexts of yourself. And what really needs to shift is your understanding of who you are. My father, when he was drunk, used to throw me up against the wall and say, "Who the hell do you think you are?" So I have been pursuing that question for a long time. So really trying to, hopefully you get a sense today, I'm the universe. I'm the whole ever-present origin. I'm the whole thing, okay? And then we realize anytime I notice I'm in stress or I'm in fear or in anger or, just numb or anxious, it is a mirror. It's a red flag. I've lost the connection once again. Let's see, that's the 84th time today. I've lost the connection. No worries. Got to get back to where you belong, right? And then we have that as a commitment to ourselves, that I make a commitment to not put myself in conditions where I'm going to get traumatized. So my first commitment is to stay in connection. And I don't get to decide what the conditions are for that. I have to be able to witness and honor the way that my system works. Well, one of the few really positive developments in psychotherapy, I think the last 15 years, has been trauma work. And people like Peter Levine, who's my neighbor here in this little beach town of Encinitas. Some of you may know him. He's developed this work called somatic experiencing. And really, it's based around when you get traumatized, there was an experience that was just so overwhelming that as an act of self-love, you had to shut down and dissociate. It was an act of self-love. It was a great thing that you did, right? Now for recovering, you can't do it as an outsider. You can't have the idea of what you should do in order to release your trauma. It's in a different language than your verbal mind. So you have to set up a conversation really let your organismic, your somatic intelligence be the lead system on what you need, how long you can stay in connection to that, when you need to take a break, so forth and so on. So when we say to do this work, and particularly to start healing some of the trauma, not only my individual trauma, but my family trauma, my cultural trauma, some of the gender trauma, some of the racial trauma, is that if I'm going to make that commitment, I have to make a commitment to staying connected at some deeper level. And I do not know what that's going to involve, only that when I feel the signs of disconnection, I do not force myself to try to get over it or to get through it. That makes sense? So we're starting with this first step of what do I need in order to shift from I am this isolated ego in the middle of the city in an apartment to, well, I'm that and much, much more. I'm the ocean, I'm the trees, I'm my ancestors, right? That is your first, that starting point. Then you realize, wow, I've got a lot of unhealed trauma. We, my culture, we're dealing with so much collective trauma in the world, particularly here in the United States, racial trauma, misogyny, so forth. If we want to heal that, we can only do it with a commitment to and a skill about how to develop the unwounded consciousness underneath it, and how to make that as a commitment. We give first attention to that rather than first attention to changing anything. Okay? So that means that we can now go through what we just did in the last exercise. Where are your portals to the sense of a deeper, unwounded creative mind? How do we get a few markers for that? The rose, the connection to the ocean, to dogs, whatever they are. And how do we notice the somatic state that correlates with that? And if we're doing coaching, we're really watching. We're really watching and feeling. What does it feel like when this person is in a coach state? And what are the first signs with the tension in the neck or some sort of constriction in the chest, or the eyes start moving, that they're no longer in a unified state? And how can we use that as a sign? And how can we teach our clients to use it as a sign? If I can get these in the early warning, then I can realize, like with what Peter Levine's work does, I think so beautifully, let go of trying to heal the wound, come back into just connection. And that's the edge that you're working on. Connection to the unwounded creative mind. And then you're moving on the edge to, how do I absorb? How do I open to these places that are really wounded, really hurt, and really shadowed? And it's really, really terrifying. If we start with something like, Maxine was saying, I think of my cultural consciousness, I just see fucking ashes. You probably don't want to start with that big of a chunk. You probably want to ask, first get into your creative mind, and what would be one little sign of your connection to your cultural consciousness? Okay. And how do we make a commitment to only opening to it to the extent that you can stay connected to the unwounded self that's always there, no matter what happens? It's always there. No matter what you go through, the deepest part of you is undamaged and unwounded and unwoundable. All right. So let's give a little taste of this as just a way of closing out today. And then this is something you'll be practicing between now and module 2 at the end of May. And Richard and Oksana, do we have the spinning wheel of the creative mind?
Sure.
God, I hope so.
Lift it up and do share.
Okay, here you go.
You have to
Come on,
No?
a little bit more drama and
wait
ritual.
for.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Wait, what
I couldn't
happened to
see it. Wait a minute.
that way? The wheel disappeared into the quantum realm.
Let me take a look.
Okay. Can we do
Share.
this again?
No, let's
okay,
share. We
okay,
already
okay.
choose the person.
All right.
Okay, it's Michaela.
Michaela Stanko.
Congratulations.
I didn't get to watch it.
Yeah, but it was pinned when you.
Okay, is
Now
she?
you already choose. Yeah.
Michaela is not Russian, right?
No.
Okay.
You could ask her.
Okay, please, everyone except Michaela, turn off your camera and microphone. Everyone, turn off your camera, please. Okay, Kasha, please turn off
Kasha.
your camera.
Eva.
Aileen, please turn off your camera.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Is it Michaela? Sorry, you gotta turn on your mic.
Mihaela.
Oh, Mihaela. Sorry. Where is that from?
I'm based in Romania, in Bucharest.
Oh, great. Yeah. Were you there when I was in Bucharest a couple of years ago?
Yes. Yes.
Right. Hi. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah. How's the day? How's the workshop been going for you so far?
Very nice. I liked very much the experience here.
Awesome. Let's see. I'm seeing. Do I need to do something? Oh, there. Sorry. Okay. I go to speaker view and then I just have you and me. I was seeing the shared screen and I was seeing one of you and one of me. So excuse me.
Yeah.
How was the last exercise for you that you did with your partner?
It was really, for me, very insightful, so to say.
Yeah.
And I think the process itself doesn't need too much. I mean, it's self-leading. You don't need too much of a logical steps to apply, because if the connection is opened up correctly, then I think it's just there. So it tells you what you do.
That's awesome. I think, yeah, where we need more self-direction is just making sure that we stay in a centered state, because there's a lot of imbalances here and there. But yeah, you're sort of letting something from your inner creativity really be the lead system. That's what you're saying, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, awesome.
Exactly.
So may I ask what you found as some of your really positive gateways or doorways or symbols?
So I found a symbol. Actually, Claire guided me very well to find an anchor, and it's like this. And it symbolizes the heartbeat of the earth and of the nature for me.
And may I ask if we just take a few moments to breathe into that and to feel the heartbeat of the earth or the heartbeat of nature, what you become aware of as your inner consciousness as the heartbeat of nature.
It's like rhythm of life.
Yeah, and any visual dimensions of that? Mihaela, right? Is that
Yes.
right? Mihaela, yeah. Any do you
Um,
see, like any places in nature? And
for me, it's much related to the forest and the trees.
yeah,
Um, and yeah, I have a specific visual from an island in Greece where I've been, and they had like a very, very old forest. I think the trees were over 200 years old. They were very, very big. And that forest actually had its own flow, its own heartbeat. I could sense it, I could hear it, I could feel it. So when we stepped in that forest, it was like, and that was all.
glad I asked. Glad I asked. So really, what we're sort of asking in a non-trivial way is that beauty in that ancient heartbeat of the tree. Is it you or not you?
It is me.
Or yeah.
It is me.
So we sort of have this sense, oh, I'm just this, woman named Mihaela, blah, blah. Or, like Angelica, I'm just this woman sitting in her apartment in Munich. But when you feel that connection, wow, I am the heartbeat, the tree.
Yeah.
And if you just let yourself, it's sort of doing shape shifting. And your whole sense of your body image, your whole sense of your life, and your whole sense of your identity sort of shape shift. So the forest is within me, and I am within the forest. And I can feel as my thoughts, the pulse. I can feel as my mind, the tree that reaches out, chemicals, the sense of the interconnectedness of every tree, every life form in the forest. It's beautiful, huh? Beautiful. So now we're saying, if I really want to heal some of the damaged parts of myself and my community, it could be the environment now, it could be my sense of my relationship to others, it could be so many different things. You say it'd be really nice to feel this calling to heal that. And so what we're talking about is doing that, allowing that, making a commitment to only open to that. If you can really feel and know, I'm the heartbeat of the forest. You see, well, stuff goes on, here we've had Donald Trump for 4 years. But if you ask the tree, the forest, what do you think about Donald Trump? That's interesting. And you feel that energy. Right. Yeah. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you feel that, Michaela?
10.
Awesome. So now the next part of the process that we're adding is only to the extent, and this is your commitment to yourself, to your community, to everything that you love and care about. My first commitment is to keeping this connection of myself with all of life. Without that, I can't do anything. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you feel that commitment above all?
I think around 8, 7 to 8. 7,
Great.
7.
And if we were working together, we might explore that a little bit more. So here's what we're doing. We're saying, boy, do I've got a lot of things to heal in my life. Do I have a lot of parts of me, parts of my community that are really not in a good state? Let's see if we just use that connection to the ancient heart of the forest, what that might allow, what kind of process. So tell me now, in terms of your sort of your deepest positive intentions, what would you say would be some of your biggest obstacles? You know, I'd get scared, or I don't like myself, or other people would be, or I've got too much trauma, or they just say, okay, I've got a dream. I've got to, yeah.
I think it's that I know I can access some of the resources, but I get scared of them and then I run away fast.
Yeah. So there's a presence that gets really scared and runs away. Isn't that nice to know that she's there? And it's like to say to her, welcome, welcome. And this is an example of what we call community of mind. This is part of Mihaela's community of mind. I want to really make some positive changes. And when I begin to open that edge, this place inside of me that's full of fear and runs away. If I were to ask for a number to represent an age for her.
59.
59. Great. So there's something in you that carries a lot of fear and that just wants distance and just wants separation. So really say to her, welcome. Welcome. And I'm sure it makes so much sense that when Mihaela goes to make these positive changes, that you show up as somehow really, really important in that creative process. Welcome. 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 And Mihaela, can you tell me what happens when you hear that?
I have like a pressure in the belly.
Yeah,
like it's this is the move that I feel. It's like something
like
is
a spasm?
Yes, that's the word.
Great. Okay, so that's connected to a spasm. Isn't this interesting? Yeah. How many parts of your community of mind are part of this circle of change? So here's where we would say, let's come back to the beating ancient heart of the forest. And really feel, okay, in my sort of outer parts of myself, there's somebody says, let's change. Another part says, ah. Another party spasms. But the ancient heartbeat is deeper, more basic. And that ancient heartbeat and be able to open equally. the person that courageously wants to make changes, to the being who just wants separateness, the place in the belly that starts to contract. Welcome. And just feel the tree, the heartbeat, the forest. This is the deeper nature of your being. And from that ancient heartbeat, boom, 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 the forest. Feel what it's like to welcome all of those different parts: courage, fear, belly. And just bring them all, almost like you see in a tree when it's cut open, all the different rings. And you see, wow, that was an interesting year. And that was an interesting year. That was an interesting year. And I am the ancient body that holds all of these as part of the circle of my being coming into the world, sometimes assertively, sometimes so shy. Boom, boom. And the whole challenge of healing is just about making room for every part has its own play, dancing, singing, moving. And in the deeper heartbeat, they all begin to be part of the circle, the rhythm, the pulse of the nature of your being. It's really nice to have a conversation with a tree. And now I said, ancient tree, what do you think about all this? What do you think? And to feel the tree is inside of you, and you are inside of the tree. To feel that as your creative mind that holds, that absorbs, that understands, that connects all the different parts, the fears, the courage, body, the soul, the inside and the outside, all part, one mind, one heartbeat. I was mentioning earlier how much I love dogs. My daughter loves dogs so much too, dogs and horses. We often say, God, dogs are so much simpler. Trees, even clearer. How to hold, how to absorb, how to make part of the wholeness, every part of your creative mind. So from there, if there's any sense of saying this relationship that I feel, this is what I use to move in the world. This is the ground and the heart of my being. many, many times each day, I forget. It's okay. We humans are so new at this. We just come back. I am the tree. I am the ancient heartbeat. I'm a woman looking to grow and open honorably into the world from the ancient heartbeat of her source. So any vows, any promises, as again, we forget, we disconnect so many times each day. It's okay. We just come back. Remember who you really are. And use that mind and that body. And if it's okay with you, we're going to end there to give you hopefully a taste of using those deeper positive parts of your being always as the home to bring anything that needs healing, anything that needs integrating. Hi.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything you'd like to briefly share about that?
Yes, it was very very deep. The connection and the insight that I had was the fear was there because I was trying to push it away. But
Exactly.
the trees, they accept everything. So every seed that comes and grows around, every bird, every animal, they just take it as it is. It comes, it goes. It's, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. The first generation of Milton Erickson's students, so it was Gregory Bateson's team, Václav Haley, Weekland. They formulated Milton Erickson's work in terms of this principle: the attempted solution becomes the problem. So that means, oh, I have this fear, it's uncomfortable, I try to push it away. And you're sort of, if I'm hearing correctly, you're saying, oh, I became aware that trying to get rid of it is the problem.
Yeah.
So awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing a little piece of your journey, and I wish you the best. Yeah. And it's okay, I'll invite everybody, you can turn your cameras back on. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Beautiful.
You all can turn your mics on and send me help.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It was really amazing.
Very
Michaela.
Beautiful.
Beautiful work.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Super.
Very nice. Very nice.
Okay, so I hope you get a sense of what I'm talking about there. And I think, it's probably intuitively obvious that if Mihaela, from her identity of, oh, I'm Mihaela and I've got this history and, it's just me against my problems. And here's what I want to do, but then this fear and this locking down in my body happens. It's going to be really difficult, if not impossible, to creatively transform that. Right? So what we're looking to do is first activate and open this place of sort of a non-dual sort of consciousness, and you say, well, what are some of the portals that you could use to enter that? Well, there's, you know, the forest and that ancient tree and the heartbeat of the tree. Again, we're not saying that she should use the tree for the rest of her life. That might be one of her main things, but for some people, today it was a tree, tomorrow, who knows? But I know that I need to get back to this deeper place before things turn into problems or solutions or me versus them or good versus bad. And I have experiences like that. You know, so for Angelica, the ocean and dogs, for Michaela, the tree and feeling the heartbeat of the tree. Again, it's not the heartbeat of the tree so much as that gives entry to something deeper than any representational map that can be able to know, right? And then, and only then, we take the different elements of the unhealed or unintegrated plays. And the interest is, what's the tempo, and in what way can we move that into the very, very center of the body-mind field that is the heart of the ancient tree, okay? And you could see then those places where, oh, I just want to run away. Great, welcome. That's a really important part of the team. Oh, there's something in my stomach that has to protect itself. Great. The tree, if we think about that as the ancient tree, great. Okay, that is who we really are. That is our true nature. That's what the modern world has been so cynical and scornful about, really trying to teach us we're only this individual body and this individual self, and it only thinks mechanically and etc. No, it's much, much more amazing and deeper than that. So to begin to heal ourselves in the world, we have to come back to our true nature. That's what we're trying to do in Creative Mind. And then, and if she has, well, there are these fears or there's places of hiding, or could be these places where I've experienced trauma, or my culture has experienced trauma, or my gender has experienced trauma. Say, great. So we just have to honor and make a commitment that the way for me to heal that is to first activate my true nature as an unbroken, unwounded self. And then think of the healing as being at your edge. And your edge, if you lose the balance, I'm in my positive, unwounded self, and I'm opening to the pain and the suffering of the wounded self, the traumatized self. That's the edge. Okay, that's what the center is looking to be situated at. And you have to make a fierce commitment. I can't decide how to do that healing. I can be informed by things, I can have my traditions, I can, etc. But ultimately, the healing only comes from this deep respect of listening to what the system needs from the inside. Okay. You know, it's like, you know, so many of us have, you know, if you work with people who are children, or if you had a traumatic childhood, and what you hear a lot is what your family did to you or told you you should be that you weren't being. You know, you should be more of this, you should be more of that. We expect you to be this. But you rarely hear reports of, well, they just asked me, you know, what I needed, you know. And so we have this whole tradition that our mind is based on these maps about who we think we should be. You know, I should be a good person, I should be, you know, whatever. And we're not really attuned to, much less accepting, who we just actually are in that moment, and what's not only us individually, but the system. And when we can go deeper than the suffering and feel the pulse of the ancient tree, to feel the rhythm of the ocean, whatever is your higher power as you understand it, then we're holding the suffering in this place where we can feel it as something's trying to wake up, and it's a muscular locking on it to try to get rid of it, or try to get away from it, or try to change it. That's what's re-traumatizing it. So by the connection to a place beneath duality, and beneath it should be this, or this is my positive state and that's my negative state, that's where we can be able to hold things in a way that can accept them as they are, and know that we're connected to an ancient, deeper presence at the same time. And then we can be part of the healing of ourselves and the world. Not bad, huh? Okay, so this is the one-day overview. All right.
Wow.
So
Thank you, Stephen.
in a week, we're going to, in a month, we go to module 2, where we look at those 7 steps from within this context. And then, as you could see, we have different modes of application, but this is just trying to give you the underbelly of the work. If you look at the slides, you'll see there's a lot that I only really touched upon. You know, what does coach mean? What are the different contexts in which you have a positive state? What does coach mean at an individual level? What does coach mean at a community level? Same with crash. What does it mean to have a transgenerational crash like racism or misogyny, or some of what we heard so deep and prominent? My culture was in fucking ashes. You know, you asked me to think about my roots. What I think about is my cities being burned. You know, my ancestors being exterminated. You know, so it's pretty deep stuff. And I think one of the great things about where we are now is we're being forced to see the collective. You know, that this idea we've had, well, we just do individual change, you know, and that'll be okay. You know, everybody else, sorry, I'm a liberal, but, you know, come on. But now I think we're being forced to see that our deepest identity is collective. You know, it's our connection to Gaia. It's our connection to all of our brothers and sisters. It's our connection to our ancestors across many, many different cultures. That's who we are, right? So I hope that just gives you a little bit of a taste of how a creative mind may well be able to be a positive vehicle for reconnecting to that, and for doing the healing in those areas that we desperately need, so we can celebrate. You know, the Buddhists say, you have human life. Are you lucky or what? So we don't want to only celebrate it, but we want to move forward. We have so much further to go on this journey, and we're on the cusp of something if we're willing to do this feeling of interconnectedness and all that goes with that. All right. I'm going to end on that note. And I know it's been a long day for any of you. I know it's late at night for some of you. It's still early afternoon for us Californians. I want to thank, usually I sort of rush into things, really give special thanks to our team leaders And maybe, if you don't mind, if everybody except the team leaders can turn off their cameras. And we can just let you get a look at
Можно
our
телевизор на экран,
amazing
пожалуйста,
team.
Володь? Спасибо, ага.
Okay, type, turn it off. Yeah. Is this everybody? Michelle, turn off your camera. Is this everybody?
No, not yet. Gloria, please turn off.
I got it.
Gloria, yeah, but who's the rest of our team? Natasha, are you there? She left. Is this everybody else, you think? Anybody?
All we got. That's all we got.
Oh, Alistair, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I was happy to see Mike. It was 3 in the morning for him in China.
Oh,
So this is our amazing, amazing community. You guys can turn on your mics and not your cameras and just send them.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking forward to see you next time.
Thank you, team.
All right, you can turn on your cameras.
Obrigada. Boa semana.
All right, there we are.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for a great first day. I look forward to seeing you in 1 month.
Bye, everybody.
The team leaders will be in touch.
How do we say have a great month in many different languages? Natalie.
A great month.
Ha en härlig månad.
Gran mes.
Крутой месяц.
Have a great month.
Did I hear German, Eva?
Володя, можно gallery view?
Окей, Володя, можно галерею на экран, пока все уходят?
Gute Nacht. Schlaft gut.
Schlaf
Schlaf
gut. Was Süßes.
Germany heads to midnight. Have a good week, Jake. Sleep well.
Спасибо, Володя, спасибо. Спасибо, Володя.
5:25 a.m.
Thank you, Володя. Thank you, Andres. Thank you, Kanna. Thank you,
Bye, sweetie pie.
Thank
you, Richard.
شكرا.
Stephen.